Crazy streamer luck. I messed up for sure that game. I got bailed out. Extra Wrath. I think Soul Guide, Lantern, and Surgical Extraction are probably good as well. Mystical Dispute can come in. I think Ragavan should be out. Purge is good for Cutter. Oh, Ashiok. Is Ashiok actually not that bad? High Noon seems great too. Maybe one less Flage because they probably have Graveyard Hate post board. I think a couple copies of Consign, or maybe all the Consigns could just come out. Consign seems kind of poor in the matchup. I had to like what Consign or Skateboard. Let's bring this in over to Teferi. Oh, Teferi's not that bad against Saga. Kind of feel like I need Solitude also for Emery. Maybe a Fable can come out. Yeah, I heard somebody got in a fight at Hunter Burton. Sorry, Darth. I don't know why my YouTube stream's not working today. It's probably because I updated my OBS and now I have to go fix the configuration or something. The YouTube stream will be back up tomorrow. Yeah, somebody got in a fight and got arrested at Hunter Burton, which I have to imagine was Spike. That's the only candidate that makes sense in my head. Aspiring violence. Ooh, discharge. I guess I grab blue red, red white, blue red, red white. Blue red, red white. I don't know. Let's get Sacred Foundry. I heard the guy was off his medication or something. I have no idea what actually happened. I obviously wasn't there. But that's what I heard. But Hunter Burden is a crazy place to fight. I'd be saving that for the Waffle House. Later, Tamio. I think I want to leave this on top also. I guess I could graveyard this and look for a land. I think this is just too good. I'm going to leave it on top. I want to leave up Mystical Dispute also. So I think just doing 3 damage here and then passing and leaving up Mystical Dispute for machines is probably good. They have Cutter. I'm a little bit sad. But I'm cool just killing all their Tamios. I feel like if you keep Tamio and Emery off the board, this deck struggles so much. They can Spellbomb and bounce by Goblin Shaman, but if they want to spend the entire turn doing that, I'm pretty okay with that too. I think we pass and don't bring back Flage. If we bring back Flage, it's going to get bounced by Spellbomb, which, I mean, it could be worse. Oh, the YouTube stream's working. Oh, heck yeah. Alright, I fixed the YouTube stream, apparently. I didn't do anything. I turned it off and turned it back on. I guess that's the most powerful thing you could do. That's how you secure yourself an IT job right there. Yeah, they're playing sewer combo with Cutter. Alright, so after this chat, we're gonna play Timmy's green-white infect list that 5-0'd the last chance qualifier, I think it was. And then we're gonna jam something. Is the sewer deck real? I think so. I think the sewer deck's very good, but it also struggles against decks like this, which is just a pile of removal and is easily able to take off Tamio and Emery from the table. If you could take those two off the table consistently, then I think the sewer deck struggles quite a bit. Which is why I was thinking about cards like Goryo's Vengeance and Postmortem Lunge, because both of those, just bringing back the two most important cards of the deck, seems great. Turn 1 cap is pretty powerful too, if you're playing weapons manufacturing and stuff. I didn't really like the build with Ravenous Robust as much as weapons manufacturing. Weapons manufacturing felt a lot better. Ow. Yeah, I was thinking about Postmortem Lunge because you don't have to splash, and that's pretty nice. Frog. I think this is Goryo's. I feel like I'm just supposed to Solitude this. And dash the Ragster. Postmortem Lunge gives haste. So you can bring back an Emery with haste for 3 mana. Frog. If I discharge, then I can't dash the Ragavan, so I don't think I want to do that. I think this is just a Fable turn. I think connecting with the Ragavan and getting myself the treasure is a little bit better than making him discard a single card. Because it also prevents 2 damage as well. So I think dashing and waiting for them to block and discard is probably not as good. There's 1 card on top. I'm probably going to discard enough to make this thing fly. If they do that, I could spend the discharge to make him discard an extra card. I don't know if they'll do that, though. Alright, I'm down to block here. Graveyard Trespasser. Hmm. Oh, this is great. I can actually kill this frog now. I was a little bit worried that they would discard their entire hand and save this frog, and I don't really have an answer to it. This worked out pretty well. I think I'm going to discard this Ragavan also. Consign with Riddler seems great. I think I just discard this Ragavan. Could haste this Riddler. I don't know if hasting the Riddler is actually in my best interest, though. Let's not haste the Riddler. Let's make him deal with the Riddler. Well, I've done that before plenty of times. If I ever have a laptop next to my PC, I'll be moving the wrong mouse like crazy. Did that a lot in college. Ooh, Shizuki. Stun my Riddler. And we're gonna upkeep Discharge this Kaito so I can draw two. It seems good for me because they don't have an answer to the Riddler other than stunning it. Is Jeskai Blink the best deck in Modern? No. It's the Jund of Modern. I think it's probably well positioned though. A lot of affinity lists are popping up. I think killing this Graveyard Trespasser and bidding this Rathless guys is going to be good. Because then I can discard this Rathless guys that I don't need and also draw two during my draw step if I still have this Riddler around. People say Energy is the Jund of Modern, but I still think Jeskai Blink is the Jund of Modern. Energy doesn't feel very Jundy to me. Well, those are pretty good. I copy Riddler at end step, or do I just play Rago? I think I copy Riddler at end step. My end step. So his frog doesn't connect. Okay, Mystical Dispute in. Yo, what happened to Magic Online? It's feeling buttery today. Did they like push an update through Magic Online that removed a lot of lag? Maybe it's because I haven't played Magic Online in 2 days. Either way, it's feeling pretty buttery. Shedding a lot more users. Damn. So you're missing an island? Oh, I'm missing an island on purpose, don't you worry. Strict Serenade? Counters Frog for 1 mana. I think I'm interested in the Strict Serenades here. I'm not super interested in the Consign Memories. I don't think I'm interested in the Consign Memories, like, at all. Problem is, it doesn't counter, like, a Ninja Kite, though. And it like counters Heart Jeskai though, but maybe that's fine. I have pretty much never found the island to be clutch. Against Blood Moon, I think you have enough Fables and Ragavans to the point where you don't even care about an island. Maybe if you really wanted to care about Blood Moon, you'd play 3 Fables instead of the Teferi. My hand's great, by the way. The only thing his hand's missing is like a Prismatic Ending for a Frog on 2 or a Mystical Dispute. Other than that, my hand is very, very good. I have to imagine that Frog's coming down. Also, the fact that they fetch Basic Swamp tells me that they probably have Harbinger of the Seas. So having this basic mountain in my hand is pretty good too. Well, there's the Prismatic Ending I was looking for, so I'll leave that on top. Gives me Frog insurance, unless they have Force Negation. Where Island? Bye-bye, Frog. Org. I also don't have Counterspell up right now. They could have Bowmasters instead. I have to decide if I want to flash in Felly or if I want to hold up, or if I just want to jam Fable while they don't have Counterspell up. I feel like jamming Fable's good, but also I can see the merit of leaving up Felia here. Another Frog. See what we draw. Hmm. I don't know. Is it Fable or do I just play Felia, play Ragavan? I kind of like play Felia main phase, play Ragavan main phase, and just say go. Just makes their counterspells a lot worse. Now they're sitting on counterspell, they're gonna be feeling a little bit meh. Take my Fable. But if they're sitting on removal, they're feeling better because they can push whatever one that they want, probably the Felia. But I do have a second Felia in my hand, so maybe they push the Ragavan. They're probably gonna fly the Frog and cycle for a card. Damn yo. I guess I could also see them just passing. No, they're just gonna go for the pass. Shame. Mmm. Holy crap. These are some great hits. Okay. Well, if I swing both and I target Riddler with Felia, they block something, they discard with Frog, I get to Solitude it. I'm down to 1 card in my hand. Damn, this was nuts. What a crazy turn. When drone draws well. I would like to solitude this here Psychic Frog. That cool? And then I'm going to play this fetch land in case I draw something off the Riddler, because I'm going to get to draw 2 from the Riddler coming back. Alright, we didn't draw anything, so I probably could have gotten away with the Elegant Parlor instead. But if I drew some sort of instant speed interaction like Galv, I could have Galved the Tameo here. That's fine. I probably can't win. Shee! Yo, this Riddler card's cracked. When can we start playing Riddler full bore? Get some standard inspiration. Yeah, we gotta add Harmonizer as well. I remember when I used to be a Riddler hater. Still am. But, you know, I gotta hide it. I gotta hide my true feelings about it. Yeah, I remember when I bought Ketramos for $1 bajillion. And I also bought 5 Ketramos because I went to a standard tournament and I also needed a Ketramos for my deck and I forgot to bring mine. So I had to buy a 5th Ketramos for $1 more billion. So I am the sad owner of 5 worthless Ketramos. I think it's Spike's fault that we all bought Ketramos for too much. Spike. Energy. Let's grab a Steam Ments. A Jambi. We have a couple options here. I could kill Johnny, or I could pending the Cat Warrior token, and then just like leave the Johnny out. They have another Ajani, it's pretty bad for me. But I guess it's bad if they have another Ajani either way. I'm gonna do something interesting here. I'm gonna pending the Cat Warrior. So I can play this Ragavan also. I don't know if this is correct. Ragavan's definitely getting sided out here. No blocks. I'm gonna let this flip. So I can also just flage this. Unless they plussed it. Yeah, it's an IRL doghouse this go around, Torborg. Ouch. That's a lot of Ajani. I do have flage in the graveyard. Ragavon's probably never connecting anyways. I think I just send this. Let me grab Montagna, and I found a group of locals and also the remnants of Flex Slot Diamond to test with. So I do have a testing team now, yeah. A small group of unnamed testing team, but you know, a group nonetheless, I suppose. Yeah, the ragtag crew. Gonna deal 4 damage. Killing that one. Pretty sure I just solitude the other. Hey, 7 hours ain't bad. Wrath Disguise in, Ragavan out. Serenade, Surgical, Celestial Purge. I want Soul Guide Lantern. Maybe Soul Guide's a little bit overkill. Teferi's not that good in the matchup either. Yeah, not Scrappy. It's an unnamed team. Pretty much Flex Slot Diamond Remnants plus a couple of SoCal people. Yeah, 7-hour drive's not that bad. My planes. I don't know if I'm supposed to pitch the second ephemerate because then obviously the jig's up. But I think the jig's probably up anyways. That I have ephemerate. But having Riddler ephemerate is pretty nice also. I kind of want to rat this guys. I could pitch Felia. But Felia's my next turn play. It's just been an ephemerate, I think. Well, this worked out swimmingly. I'm not sure why they decided to do that. Also, I should have let them probably kill the cat and then Ephemerate with a Johnny flip on the stack, but that's fine. Kind of worked out anyways. I don't know. I guess they didn't notice we exiled Ephemerate. You can probably safely assume that another Ephemerate's coming. Now he just gets a Dog Riddler. I don't think if there's one thing I need to fetch over another. It's a lot of dog. Mayhaps too much dog. Yeah, giving him 2 energy versus 2 life is interesting. I don't think they played that very well, though. I think they could have played it much better. If they see that I exile Ephemerate and I also fetch Shocked, like, I shouldn't have fetched Shocked. There's a couple things I could have done differently there. Maybe I wasn't supposed to fetch Shock. I was supposed to just evoke Solitude and then just leave my fetch there. But if I do that... No, I guess there's no downside to doing that. That's what I should have done. Stack's strong. These are pretty quick games as well. This is a mulligan. I don't think we can keep a hand that does nothing before turn 3. Especially not on the draw. Yikes. I go to 5. My opponent also went to 5. I think I go to 5. Alright, well this actually is perfect, because I can put back 2 Ragavans now. That's why you play 4 copies of the legendary creatures, chat. Because you could just put them back when they're bad. Looks like Affinity. It should look mighty familiar, Spelly. You made this? They named Flooded Strand? Aha, you fool. Another bobble. I was thinking about Wrathing. Wrathing for 1 might have been good here. That was my Ragavan. I think it's close. A dog. I think I can still get away with Wrath for 1 here. I could also... I could attack with both and then blink the Ragavan. And then Wrath for 1. And they kill my Felia. I could also just attack, save nothing, and then Wrath for 2. Maybe it's Wrath for 2. I don't know. This is hard to say. I guess Wrath for 2 is better. I have a different line where I can save something. Nah, I think this is it. No, if you flicker the munitions, then they do damage. And they have 1 card in hand and no board. It seems very hard for them to win from this spot. Just gonna cast this now. Letting him have weapons manufacturing, I think, is like the way that they get back in this game. What's up, Thunder? Long time no see. Yo, will I be seeing you at the doghouse by chance? The IRL doghouse? My hand's not very good. Our draw's been a little bit land light. Oh, congrats, Thunder. Miss you, buddy. Oh, my hand's not getting any better. I got a dog and a dream. Mystical Dispute, Strict Serenade. I think 2 consigns can come out. Do I ever want Charma? Charma intrigues me, but I don't think it's good enough. Yeah, Consign's pretty meh. Ragavan's also super meh. I think Ragavan is better if they don't have Ravenous Robots. If they do have Ravenous Robots, Ragavan's unplayable. Sure. I want to take a mulligan. I don't think I respond to this. One, two, three, four. I could Solitude Ephemerate, which keeps them off of Kappa, and then I can Wrath the next turn if they play like a Saga. I think I upkeep Solitude Ephemerate. Yeah, I'm just trying not to lose the Kappa, which seems like a good plan. Rip Solitude. Okay, they did not have Kappa. Guess they're just gonna play Pinnacle Emissary. I could Wrath to stop them from playing Pinnacle Emissary, but I think I need to save this Wrath for an Urza Saga, so I'm just gonna pass. I don't think I'm supposed to Wrath here. It's close, but if they play like an Urza Saga the next turn, I'm just gonna get cooked by Urza Saga. You should be able to find an answer to Pinnacle Emissary at some point. Here comes the Kappa. No Kappa here, but they also didn't play Pinnacle Emissary, which is a little bit concerning. I guess they have instant speed interaction. Entomb Flage, by the way. What's it like to be a gangster? Tormod script. Rude. I could leave another Riddler on top. Try to set up for Wrath for 3 next turn. No, they drew Kappa. I'm gonna have to Solitude that. Nah, I don't even think this is Turbo Greed. Also holding up Metallic Rebuke. Nah, Chad, I think this is not Turbo Greed. So I'm not killing this Pinnacle Emissary if I Wrath that last turn, so I mean, it's like, I don't know, they could rebuild so easily into a Kappa. We're gonna do it on upkeep at least. Warps another Pinnacle Emissary, okay. Eh. Don't wait, thank you for the raid. Force negation. Mystical dispute. I see. So I have to solitude this to survive. I think I'm probably drawing pretty dead. I have to draw it in the Wrath. No, it's not another Wrath, so. Yep. How you doing, Josie? And we run it back. High noon? No. Franklin got you sick. Kick his ass. I'm doing well. Pretty happy that we got the IRL Doghouse plan solidified. Hopefully I'll see you there with Franklin. Honestly, even though we lost that last game, I'm not mad about how we played that game. I thought it was fun. Oxopool. Okay. Tormod's Crypt, yep. It was kind of unfortunate that they found the Tormod's Crypt, but I don't know. Not sad about how we played that at all. Strict Rate's pretty good too. Let's leave a pending on top. Alright, this is less good for me now. I think I'm supposed to pending the Opal. Hope they don't have another Manosaurs. Or I could pending the Claws of Gix. I was supposed to Swan Song the Claws of Gix and then pending the Opal. No. No, it's quite bad for me. I think I'm gonna lose this game if I don't draw a Wrath. Urza Saga carries yet again. Alright, caps are down. I can also Felia exile. Exile this 9/9. Man, how good would Wrath Disguise be? I need another white source. Wrath Fable, no. Also no. I think I'm just dead. I'd have to go Riddler into exactly Wrath. So if I attack here, they block there. 8. Can't produce a blocker. I think my out is Riddler Wrath. Oh. Okay. Well. I'm at 2. I'm dead to Claws of Gix. Or Engineered Explosives. Alright. Not dead. I was dead to that last turn, but not dead to it this turn. Yeah, they didn't pop the crypt either, which is kind of interesting. Alright. 5 chat. The takeaway of this was Turbo Greed is good. That was the takeaway from that match, chat. If you learn nothing else, just be as greedy as possible all the time, forever, always, and things will work out. In the words of Lil Wayne, let it all work out. Should I go for a Pokeball or a Conveyor Belt Sushi? Pokeball. Isn't it a good play exiling manufacturing with failure to avoid the damage of the artifacts? That's not how manufacturing works. The tokens themselves are what deals the damage, not the manufacturing. I'm not a hater of conveyor belt sushi. I do think that some of the sushi that sits on the conveyor belt for a while does not taste as good as like a fresh poke bowl. But yeah, maybe it depends. Like conveyor belt sushi is a little bit of a gamble. If you eat all of it, it doesn't sit on the belt for long. That's true. Also, you get that little robot that serves water to you as well. If you go to, what's that chain? Kurama, I think it's called. Now, what is that chain called? Kura. Kura. Playing Storm. Portent. Okay, it's not Storm. Looks like I'm gonna need that consignment memory, though. Agnikella. Thought this was Storm at first, but it's definitely, when I saw the XL the Portent, it's just Bluetron. Condescend. I haven't seen Condescend in a long time. Plays in Odawara. Now I'm pretty sure we get smoked by Bluetron. Low key. I don't know if this matchup's good. Now I have to make a decision. Do I want to consign Flage? I feel like consigning Flage isn't that good against them having 4 open mana. So I think I just pass and leave up the consign. Whatever threat they may have. Discards an Ugin. I could have Kozilek's command. I do have Kozilek's command. I think surveilling end step is probably still correct. Let's get the X out my Flage now. Do whatever. I don't think I care for this land. Let's me cast Solitude, but I really need to find a better threat than Solitude. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep him off of Tron even if I do penning the map. Alright, Solitude time. I guess if they condescend this, then I can pending the map. It's matchup Spain. One top, one bottom. But, I mean, they have enough lands to just be able to cast whatever anyway, so I don't even think this is great. You can literally just go cast whatever they want. Tron's here to gatekeep our 5-0. Alright, let's move on. Let's take out all the shitty cards. We have a lot of them. I want this against Blue Tron. Probably. I don't think Pending's great. Teferi actually seems good. Solitude's also kind of weak. Maybe I could run him out of threats with Solitude. Everything else in the sideboard looks pretty bad to me, except for maybe Pending for the map. No, I don't want Surgical. I could also just not have Ashiok in my deck. They're gonna have like stock ups and stuff. No, chat, we don't want Surgical. Reasonable hand, but no pressure. I don't think we can keep hands without pressure in this matchup. Thundering Falls, Riddler. Send the Riddler to the graveyard. I would love the Felia and the Riddler, but I think pending on the map is more important if they were relying on that for Natural Tron. I hope they have Tron anyways. Well, that was fun. Alright. Well, this is why this deck can never remain top tier. Just gets absolute shit on by Tron. Not close. Not close. Every time it looks promising, Tron shows up. Tron's actually not that bad. The only problem with Tron is, like, can you beat energy efficiently? Good old infect these. I think that matchup is probably way harder than than just like normal Tron. E-Tron, whatever. Them having counter spells is brutal. Green-white infect time, chat. I like how it's called Celestia aggro. That's one way of putting it. What's the chalice for? Probably for 0. So that we can stop affinity. If I had to guess. Alright, chat, YouTube, it's deck tech time. This time for a little bit of green-white infect. A donor deck by Timmy. We got 4 copies of Giver of Runes to protect all of our infect threats, whether it be Inkmoth Nexus or the Mirror or Glistener Elf, etc. Then we got some Skrelves, which has Toxic, but more importantly, it's just another copy of Giver Runes, more or less. Then we have 4 copies of Groundswell, Might, and Scale Up as our pump spells, same with the Blossoming Defense and Mutagenic Growth. Then we got a couple copies of Spell Sky to protect our stuff, same with the Apostle's Blessing. And then, of course, our threats in Ichorclaw Mirror and Glistener Elf and Inkmoth Nexus. Mana base wise, we got a Beseiju, Buster Horizon Canopies to redraw, Pendle Havens to make our Glistener Elves into 2/3s, and Temple Gardens, Windswept Heat, Celeste Portico, etc. Sideboard, we got 4 copies of Leyline of the Void for Graveyard Hate, 4 Veil of Summer for blue-black decks, any deck with Fatal Push in it. We got a Blight Mamba, which regenerates, and then we got 4 Force of Vigors for dealing with Affinity, and same with the Chalices, like you just Chalice for 0 and stop any of Affinity shenanigans. Mono Bluetron's definitely like F tier. But damn, was it sure good against us there. Also, don't forget, chat, if you haven't signed up for the IRL Doghouse, the sooner the better. Make sure to sign up for both the Riftbound and the Modern events, because the winner of each of those events will receive a custom 1-of-1 hand-drawn heavy play mat, which is a pretty sweet prize. It's gonna be all Doghouse themed with cards from the winning deck lists as well. No, I'm not drawing it. My girlfriend, who's an artist, is though. This looks fine. If they don't kill his Glistener Elf on 1, and I draw green source, they're gonna be feeling the pain. Come on, green source. No, don't kill it. No, don't kill it. Okay. Not a green source. Oh, it's Zoo. I guess they have Leyline Binding. I guess we'll send this one. I'm pretty sure they have Leyline Binding. We're gonna Apostle's Blessing and protect her from the Leyline Binding. I feel like another green source would go a long way here. Protection from white. Goodbye, Giver. Spellskite. I think I'm gonna send both because I do the Spellskite. A little late for sure. If I send an Inkmoth, I don't get to cast the Spellskite. Lush Portico, how terrible. Alright, I guess we're gonna whittle him down. No, Spellskite, why did I... Oh, I forgot Spellskite doesn't have Defender. I accidentally attacked with it. Maybe they have Stub. I mean, Jeskai Blank's good against everything that's not drawn. RL draws you. Period. Big Draco. I'd appreciate it if they didn't have a flying threat. Hmm. I may scale up here. Right now, Wave. They are live right this second. I feel like they have Stub. But I think I do this anyways. Damn it. Fucking Inkmoth Nexus. I may just block and not die. I meant to animate the Inkmoth Nexus with the other Inkmoth Nexus, but that's fine. -1 infect. Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna die. Where's my Blighted Agent? This deck's so much worse without Blighted Agent. Oh, man. I can't get through their blockers. Never cut Blighted Agent, chat. Giver would have been nice to have. I mean, I tried to protect the Giver. They had double leyline. But yeah, I mean, it's like they still have Scion anyways. I doomed. Well, I think I take all the damage. I try to push lethal. They're exiling stuff from my graveyard, which means their hand's cracked. I cracked the Horizon. I think I had to crack this Horizon Canopy. I think I'm actually drawing to no outs though. Blessing. No, Blessing doesn't do it either. Well, that was embarrassing. No, is that the roll? They have 2 flying blockers, so I don't think there's anything I could do about that. I feel like Skrelv is bad in the matchup. Because Skrelv doesn't give protection, it gives it hexproof from a color. Yeah, I don't think I'm bringing in Blight Mamba. Sure. Oh, of course Skrell's bad. I mean, this entire deck's bad. But, like, of course Skrell's bad. Is the Mamba matchup? I don't think there is a Mamba matchup. Also, they have Leyline Binding, so I definitely don't think it's the Mamba matchup. Skrelv doesn't push through blockers. Yeah, you definitely get plenty of time for smoke breaks. That is true. Hmm. Apostle's Blessing. Oh, Skrelv does do. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought Skrelv was just hexproof. But it also doesn't push through Scion anyways. Can Giver push through Scion? Because Giver can give protection from... No, I don't think it can either. If they have Leyline at the Guild Pact, it can. My bad, though. I thought Skrelv only gave hexproof. It's been a minute since I played with that card. Okay, so Giver gives protection from colorless, but Skrelv doesn't. Right, okay. I think this matchup is probably just impossible. Okay, if I animate the Ink Moth, I got 3 green. I can spend a Scale Up. I can spend a Blossoming Defense and an Apostle's Blessing. Well, I mean, it's probably our best bet. Okay, we have lost. Shouldn't have tapped the Pendle even. Could have gotten my extra point. Think I need to draw exactly another Scale Up here. I don't think I can afford to force this. Another force. A good deck. Why do we have 21 lands? So many lands. Although, if those Force of Vigors were Skrelves, I don't think that matchup would have changed at all. I mean, I don't know why this deck's not playing Blighted Agent. Blighted Agent's better than both of these combined. You could still play Apostle's Blessing too. But not playing Blighted Agent feels like such a throw. If you are going to play this deck, play the Blighted Agent. Like, I don't know. Especially in an energy meta where they're going to have 2 different colors of blockers. Artificer's Intuition instead of Goblin Engineering. Let me read Artificer's Intuition. Artificer's Intuition. Discard an artifact from your hand, search your library for an artifact with converted mana cost 1 or less, reveal a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. I don't think this is as good because you can't tutor up Grinding Station. Goblin Engineer can get you Grinding Station. Oh, this is supposed to be a good matchup, right? Keyword is supposed to be a good matchup. Getting it for my 1 point of Toxic. Vestige. Where's the pump spells, man? I don't know what our opponent's cooking up over there. I don't know if I like it. Alright, no sideboarding, submit. We found a good matchup, chat. Six mana do nothing. That card, like, has so much potential to be good, but doing 6 mana nothing in Modern is so tough. I gotta get revenge for Jeskai Blink losing to Tron. Nope. Also nope, but I probably have to keep it. Also, Spellsky can't even redirect Kozilek's command, right? Because Kozilek's command has 2 different targets. I lost. I lost. It's over. Had to challenge check him real quick. Alright, they have Tron too. I'm out. FOV. I guess Giver's probably better than Spellsky. Well, this is the turn 2. If we draw a green source. So I think we try for the turn 2. Green source, green source, green source, green source. Oh, they have Dismember. What a hater, man. Alright, Skrill, go get him, buddy. Alright. I mean, they have 2 chump blockers, so I could probably never win. That's fine. That's fine. Like no equity in attacking here. I don't understand why this deck's not playing Blighted Agent. It baffles me, frankly. I think both of these matches would have been won with Blighted Agent instead of the stupid Acre Claw Mirror. I just need green sources. I guess if I pass and I survive, and I draw a green source, we can win. All right, let's go. Green source. One time for the one time. Green source. Oh my god, this deck sucks. 2, 4, 6. More or less a green source, right? I guess I should have done this main phase. I guess I just needed a main phase might and hope they just draw nothing but lands. That was my out. Or I just draw a green source. So bad, man. One more match. One more L. Sand does not have an infect creature. Sand does not have a land. Six. Alright, surely they won't kill my Glistener Elf. Surely nobody's ever killed a 1/1 or produced a blocker in Modern. Even then, I still can't win on turn 2. Hedge Maze. Good matchup. Alright, 4. Come to 1. Alright, don't do anything, opponent. That would be swell. Okay. They obliged and did nothing. Alright. I'm pretty sure they're playing Neoform. It feels like Neoform. We found the path to victory. Our opponent doesn't do literally anything at all. It is never Mamba time. Never, not once is it Mamba time. I'm never boarding this card in. I'm probably never boarding in Leyline of the Void or Force of Vigor. Every time I've boarded in Force of Vigor, I've died with it. I've died with multiple copies in my hand. It's such a feels bad. Yeah, Leyline for the Dredge matchup. That's 100% deal for him. This list came from some, like, last chance qualifier at an RC. Or it's not a last. Is it a last chance qualifier? I don't know. ReCQ, something like that. They're like 5-0 to ReCQ or LCQ. I don't know. Yep. It's so close. Yet so far. Hmm. We draw Groundswell or Might or a Mutagenic. We draw one of those to turn 2. If we don't draw any of those, we are going to die. But, aww. Well, death it is. We have lethal next turn. In theory. My opponent decides that they can't do anything. Scale all the way up. And turn 3. Pact of Negation. Should have sent him with Scrub also, I guess. Also should have played my Lush Portico. If I sent him with Skrelv and then held up Apostle's Blessing, I could have won. Oh, it gives Toxic. I didn't know that. Yay. I don't know what the Skrelv card does. Yeah, I'm in shambles that I have to play 4th match. At least they're fast. Chat, what should we play after this? I'm gonna run a poll. We could play some blue-black sewers, some Teamer Cutter sewers, some black-green Persist, or some blue-red Murktide, or I'll put more Blink up there. 3 minutes chat, let me know. No banless challenge on Wednesday. Not today. Or not tomorrow. Tomorrow starts at like 7 in the morning. Sure. That's right, I get up at 5 a.m. every single day. And I start grinding. Looks like Teamer Cutter is winning. Asking people to go to Ohio is kind of a crime. It's also in the remote area of Ohio. But don't worry. Oh, wait, never mind. That's not true anymore. I was gonna say they have a Dairy Queen, but I'm pretty sure the Dairy Queen next to the shop went out of business. RIP Dairy Queen. Blue Black One Shutong. Yeah, more business for wings, etc., baby. My opponent's popping off over me playing a Glistener Elf right now. Heal time. Alright, it's a tie between Teamer Cutter and Black Green Persist. Alright, we're gonna get him next turn. Next turn is the turn. They're not gonna know what hit him. They're consulting, they're panicking. Scoop. 4 Veil of Summers and the Blight Mambo. Are you happy, chat? The Blight Mambo's coming in. Dub. Huge dub. Blight Mamba fans everywhere. Rejoice. I guess Skrell is probably better than Giver Runes. Why Caldwell, Ohio? Because that was the store that was willing to host the event. Apex Gaming. Emotional support, Bing Bamba. It's Venom, drips with Phyrexia's hate. Does this Skrelv die to Bow but not Giver? I don't know what this Skrelv card does. I've given up on reading it a while ago. Sure. Opponent mulligans to 5. Read it with your special eyes. My special eyes can't comprehend the text on this card. Last time I played this card was in Standard. Long, long ago. In a distant planet. My Skrelv. Can't wait to put it on the bottom as fast as possible. They only have 2 cards in their hand now. I don't know, it seems like a dub. One of them was a land. And we play a Giver. And then we pass the turn. Veil of Summer this Fatal Push. Bins the Steam Vents. Okay. Think they're gonna demo field this Inkbot Nexus. One for one. Dang, we draw a card out of that. I just have a 2/2 flyer. I think we wait one more turn. The next turn is go time. When I can have Scale Up, Might, and Pendelhaven. I could have also just like animated the Ink Moth and sent in and activated Pendelhaven. Maybe that's better. Music is going kind of hard. It's time for the Pro Blue. I was hoping to bait something out of them, but I guess not. So I'll just play it kind of slow, I guess. And they're both boys. I don't think they were dead if they had 2 pieces of interaction. Is that right? I think if they exactly had 2 pieces of interaction, they weren't dead. But next turn, they should be dead for sure. I don't know, I didn't really do the counting. Probably should have. Hmm. I like to keep this giver around. No, they're dead for sure. I mean, they might have been dead the last turn. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't count. Counting is for nerds. All right, prediction time, chat. Is it a 3-dasher? For the fastest league you've ever seen? I think this could have been a 3-1. Honestly. But the morale was so low in match 2 that I didn't try very hard. So, if I actually played properly, it probably would have been a 3-2. Or a 3-1 going into this last round. Well, as of right now, there's no MH4. There's no more Street to Modern sets as of right now, so I don't think we're going to get any more Infect cards. Like, the best Infect card that we're gonna get is Blazing Shoal. I don't even think that's good enough for Infect. A lot of scale up. So I need to draw a land and a pump spell. This is why we kept 2 scale ups. I mean, we had 3 scale ups, so. Don't bow masters, man. No, I should have kept the 3rd scale up, chat. Only I had known that 3rd scale up was the truth. The pump spells aren't the bad part about Infect. It's the Infect creatures themselves that suck. Mother of Runes has helped this deck out quite a bit instead of Giver of Runes. But even then, it's probably better off in a different shell like Hammer. Shelly. May take of the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're going for the 3-2 with a little bit of green white infect right now. This deck's real bad. Don't recommend it. But we're playing it. We also went 4-1 with Jeskai Blink earlier, losing the blue drawn. So yeah, you know, not bad so far. Although playing Infect has made me, like, kind of depressed. Alright, which one to use newly controlled? You're newly controlled. So if I Skrelv here, I pay for this, I name Black. It's gonna get Toxic 1, and then I could attack with both. Okay. 4 Veil Summer. Come on down. Our opponent didn't do anything at all. We have figured out how this deck wins games. Oh wait, let's get the Blight Mamba in here. The Mamba. Ten's good if I don't get thought seized. But I'm probably gonna get thought seized. I'm not getting thought seized? Wow. Unheard of. Maybe they have Deceit instead. How you doing, Ivan? Portico. I feel like I'm supposed to leave Veil of Summer on top. Yo, Dana. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. You got a JJK carbiner as a prize? Last time I went to Conveyor Belt Sushi, they had One Piece themed stuff. So I found the One Piece. I think we just won the game, by the way. I've never seen JJK. That's why. Unless they have multiple soul spikes. Maybe they spiked me. Why did they spike me instead of the Glistener Elf? What? Huh? And this is how you win with Infect, baby. I'm so confused. I don't understand. Why not just spike the elf again? I have to spend. I would have won anyways because I had to spend both of my mutagenics to keep it alive. But yep, dub. That's great. That's amazing. Couldn't have drawn up a better infect list in a million years, frankly. All right, we got to do a runoff chat. I better put up another poll while I use the restroom here. What deck next? So the top, it was a tie between Teamer, Putter, Sewers, and Black-Green Persist. And I'll show both of the lists real quick before I use the restroom. This is Black-Green Persist. It's playing Ice Till Explorer and Sire of the Seven Deaths, Archon of Cruelty, and an Emperor Bone Shell. So pretty much the idea is just like persist stuff, and if you can't, use Ice Till to hard cast some stuff. And then the Teamer Cutter list was Nathan's list that he top 8'd the challenge with. That's got Tamio, Emery, Flames, Cutter, Grinding Station, etc. So I'll leave it between those two since it was tied for those two. Put up the poll, and I'll BRB. 21-11. Kind of wild. Persist crushed. All right, let's fire up the persist list. We'll probably have time to play both, honestly, depending on how fast the persist list is. Go garbage time. Got that deer in me. There he goes, freeze in front of some headlights. I think that Infect League took about 45 minutes. And we played all 5 matches in 45 minutes. Thanks again, Timmy, for the dono. Now we know how I won 5 matches. It took 45 minutes. Well, probably max 45 minutes at the Reese queue. Alrighty, chat, YouTube, it's Deck Tech time. This time for a little bit of Black Green Persist. A list that 5-0'd and looked pretty cool, so I wanted to give it a shot. We got 4 copies of Fatal Push for some removal, 4 copies of Thoughtseize. You could Thoughtseize yourself and then persist something on turn 2, or just attack your opponent's hand. We got a Smuggler's Surprise. You are ramping with Ice to Explorer in this list, so Smuggler's Surprise and Shifting Woodland give you like a little bit of a synergy here, so you can mill some cards, and then you can put lands back in your hand, or you could just put something into play. You can like Show and Tell the Archon or Sigh of the Seven Deaths into play. Then we got 3 copies of Bitter Triumph to discard stuff and then persist it back as well. And then we got 4 Emperor Bones to do the same thing. 4 Rumble to help fill your graveyard. Same with the Bloom Command. All these cards mill and return lands and stuff back from the graveyard to your hand. So you can return Shifting Woodland and turn Shifting Woodland into Archon or Sigh of the Seven Deaths. Then we got a Harvester of Misery and a Force of Despair and a Bogart Trawler. Bogart Trawler, MDFC, a Harvester of Misery in there for energy probably, and then Force of Despair is one of fun of interesting card to put in your main deck. Then you have your reanimation targets, and then 1 copy of Trolled for the land cycling as well. Mana base wise, we got the Shifting Woodlands, Overgrown Tombs, 1 Takanuma, so you can channel it and return stuff back from your graveyard to your hand as well. Fetches, Verdant Catacombs, Misty Rainforest, Polluted Delta, a couple copies of Underground Mortuary. Sideboard wise, got a Dreams of Steel and Oil for additional discard, and also Flagellate. Couple copies of Break the Ice for Tron, 2 more Force of Despair for energy. Same with the Harvester, 2 copies of Pick Your Poison for affinity. 2 Veil of Summer for blue-black. Couple copies of Endurance for more graveyard hate. Got Abrupt Decay for probably blowing up graveyard hate uncounterably. And then a couple copies of Damping Sphere for Tron or Storm. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, if you want to do it next area, I could be down. I think it's a mole. Terastodon's probably a good sideboard option for Tron. I remember when Creativity was playing Terastodon for Tron, so you could like Creativity into a Terastodon and blow up 3 of your Tron lands, or 3 of your opponent's Tron lands, then they just couldn't play the game. Amuletos. Through the Archon feels bad, man. I could Rumble, or I could Witherbloom command and kill this and mill. I think I kind of like killing this and milling. Maybe 4-1 with Jeskai Blink. We lost to Tron. We also hit Archon of Cruelty, so we can persist the Archon next turn. Feels good, man. Any beard growing tips you want to share with the chat? Treat it like your hair that's on top of your head. Take care of it. Wash it, condition it, dry it, do whatever you need to do. That'd be it. That'd be my only tip. Why no Woodfall Primus? I just don't think you need Woodfall Primus. Seems weak. Yeah, go to sleep in jeans also. Opponent does nothing. Thoughtseize. I was gonna Rumble, but maybe I just Thoughtseize here. Like Thoughtseize persist Archon. Take their Splunk. Amulet, Pact, Green Sun, Zenith. Yeah, let's just take their Amulet. Well, they kind of played around Witherbloom command indirectly. I didn't pay out the prediction for Infectees. Icetilian. I think I'd rather just Rumble instead of play Ice Still this turn. Okay, good Rumble. Play Shifty, say go. They're just dead next turn. Splunk. Actually, playing Ice Still is probably better. I don't think it matters. They're just dead to Shifting Woodland on Troll. Or we can kill them with Witherbloom command. Let's be a gangster and kill them with Witherbloom command. Witherbloom command is secretly kind of nasty against Titan. A new Guilty Gear Strive song I haven't heard of. With Gores instead of Persist. Was he reanimating Raph? I think Raph and Mikey's secretly like a good card. Maybe not so secretly a good card. I don't know if I want Sphere, do I? I guess my deck's kind of slow. Do I want Break the Ice? Hmm. You know, like forces. I think Force of Despair is like one of the ways you win this matchup. Three-mana mill spell is kind of steep. Mill Archon, Force of Despair. I think I'll leave that there. I'm going to jam Damping Sphere and probably get Besiege'd. Yeah, we probably should have brought in Decay. Watch me die to Constructs. It'd be kind of sweet if we died to Constructs. Ooh, it's happening. The Constructs, they're pissed. I don't really care for Damping Sphere against Tron or against Amulet also because they have so many Besieges. Yeah, Titan's Constructs are the least threatening constructs for sure. But any construct's kind of a threatening construct. I can do this now and then hold up Force of Despair. If I do this at instant speed, I can't hold up Force of Despair because of Damping Sphere. I think I'd take this troll but leave the Archon. So I persist on Archon available to me now. Next turn. I also back it up with the Thoughtseize if I bolt in this Bogart Trawler, but I'm already going to 10. The song does slap. Dismember, Scape Shift, Summoner's Pact. Now let's take the Dismember. Then we'll go to 5. Back up to 8. Damn, that song goes crazy. The hell? I'm gonna have to get the name of that. Symphony. Second Amuletos. Yeah, they kind of can't do anything, even with 2 amulets. So if I play Emperor of Bones, I can also cycle the troll. If I cycle the troll, grab a whatever, Emperor Bones back the troll, attack with both. They're taking 8 plus 6, 14, not lethal. I think I'd rather ice till then. I didn't know go. Yeah, this Dampy Sphere is going crazy against their particular draw right now. Go get him ice till. Till that ice. Are we gonna 2-0 Amulet? Is this the best deck in the format? Yeah, pretty much. You just have the upside of like being able to hardcast stuff like Archon and Troll, but also just fills the graveyard at the same time. I think Ice still is decent in this list. I like that it gives you an alternate angle of attack of just being able to like hardcast some stuff against the more targeted graveyard hate and not like the general graveyard hate. This card's still not very good against graveyard hate though. I don't know how I feel about it. Also being able to pick up Shifting Woodland's pretty nice. Well, another hand is Escape Shift and a Summoner's Pact and a Lotus Field. Actually, they discarded both Lotus Fields, so they have Escape Shift and a Summoner's Pact in their hand. And Unknown. Maybe they drew a land, they're trying to figure out if they can Escape Shift for anything helpful. So they could play a land, Escape Shift, grab Crumbling Vestige ×4. They can make a ton of mana that way. They could also pick up Bounce Land Beseiju. And then, like, something else. And then Beseiju my Damping Sphere. They'd have to stack this in a very particular order, where they would stack it so they float 2 mana off of the Beseiju, and they bounce the Beseiju next before they start untapping their bounce land, then they can Beseiju the Damping Sphere, and then they make a lot of mana off their bounce lands, then they get Summoner's Pact. I don't actually think they're dead here. I might be dead, in fact. I don't think this was the way they wanted to stack this. So the way they should have stacked this is very, very differently. Instead, they're just making colorless mana off these Simic Growth Chambers. They didn't have to make colorless mana off these Simic Growth Chambers if they wanted to just Beseiju sooner. So they should be up about +2 mana here. Yeah, they stacked them incorrectly. It should be a kill. Because they return all these lands, and then bring all these lands back. Infinite amulet triggers. Then they can cycle T-West, grab a Titan. I mean, it's not going to be a kill because I have Force of Despair, but they could technically Besage you and Ode of War on my entire board regardless. So in paper, I think they could blow up all my lands. And then Ode of War, add these two back to my hand. I think I lose this in paper. Yeah, you can shortcut it in paper. I mean, you could just shortcut the fact that, like, the Beseju plus Shifting Woodland will happen every single time I'm in paper. So they could just represent that and then Beseju all of my lands, and then they can go grab a Titan and then pick up Ode of War, and then Ode of War and my 2 threats back to my hand also. However, this is not paper. So I mean, should we just concede, chat? What do we think? Because technically I could live another turn, but nothing productive is going to happen on that turn. Alright, I'm going to yield until the beginning of combat, and I'm going to Force of Despair them. And see what they do. They did the crime, they must do the time. How was your day, Dingo? My day was chill. I didn't really do anything today. I did go see the Demon Slayer movie yesterday, though. Infinity Castle. I finally caught up with Demon Slayer. Infinity Castle was fantastic. I thought that Yeah, it took me this long. It was great. I thought the backstory of Upper 3 was a little long, but other than that, I don't really have any gripes with the movie. Yeah, I was gonna say a little flashback heavy. I think they spent like probably 15 minutes too long talking about Upper 3. I don't want to spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it yet. Now I gotta get caught up on One Piece. Man, One Piece is such a slog. I started watching Solo Leveling as well recently. Solo Leveling is very much in the same vein as Demon Slayer, where it's like you watch it for the animation and not so much the story. It's good. It lets me relive the days where I didn't get to play World of Warcraft as a kid because World of Warcraft was a pay to play monthly game and I wasn't allowed to play World of Warcraft. I was like, if I got to play World of Warcraft, but without actually having to play World of Warcraft. Did I have a job as a child? No, I didn't have a job. As an adult? Technically, still no, I guess. Yes, look at us now, still don't. I would award the Archon back to my hand, okay. If only I had known that I could have sold the in-game currency for real money, then I probably would have been allowed to play it. Let's grab a swamp. Mill. Play this. Mill. Overgrown Tomb. Shock. So I have one more land drop. Oh, hey, an Archon. Too free for the ding. I kind of feel like I cheesed my opponent a little bit. Otawara me in paper. Should we scoop? I don't know. Should I scoop and play game 3? Alright, let's scoop. I hope we get turn 2 for our honorable scoop. Let's do that. His hand is not great. This rumble could be anything though. Can't be a persist. It could be an Emperor Bones. A self-sabotage in the 0-0 bracket. Look, we gotta play the game on hard mode. If we're not playing on hard mode, what's the point? I feel like I just take this amulet. Ooh. Now we can win 3-0. It's all part of our genius plan. Mill, surveil. Break the ice. What do they have in hand? A little late for you, break the ice. I do only have one fetchable, which is a little concerning. No, I want that break the ice back. Swamp. Wait, you can cast Bogart Trawler? Or you can play Bogart Trawler. Interesting. I didn't actually know you could do that. Huh. Learn something new every day, chat. I have 4 types. I could turn Shifting Woodland into something, which would be like a troll. What I learned yesterday, where the recline button was at the AMC theater when I went. That's what I learned. I failed the Mill Archon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, the Grazer. Fair enough. They can go get, copy, make copy, loop, and murder me. Damn. Super dead. They would have had that paper though. Yeah, should I force now or? Ooh. You forget this deck doesn't have any ways of discarding cards. Which probably makes it bad. Moon Shadow? Based. Yeah. You gotta play Frog or you gotta play something of the sorts, right? To be able to discard these out of your hand. I should have mulliganed. I forgot. I don't have any way of discarding any cards here. Unless I go to the discard step. This was a mulligan. Save me, Bogart Trawler. Motor, thank you for the follow. GG's. GG. Undercity Sewers, Bin, Psychic Frog, it grows. Bush. Tomato. Yeah, no worries, Moto. Had me in paper. For sure. Titan's just not a very viable deck to play on Magic Online. Alright, let's take out this Harvester. You report me for scooping. Do it. Take my Daybreak account away from me. I'm too powerful with it. think I definitely want this Abrupt Decay. A blue-white sewer list. Well, somebody mentioned this with Savines. I think Savines is quite good. Yes, this looks great. I don't know about great, but fun. Multiple Archons in my hand again. Not gonna really be able to veil anything because I have tap Shifting Woodland. I still hit him with the Draining Gain. Oh, we milled 2 Archons. That seems lucky. And they tap out for a frog. Cling. I think they have Force Negation. It showed us Force Negation game 1. Can I realistically beat a Force Negation? Don't do it. You did it. I really wish we drew a land so I could like Fatal Push and try to bait the Force Negation with Fatal Push. Alas, it did not come to fruition. We'll take that Clean Dust though. I think they're holding up another Force Negation maybe. Wow. What a beat. Guess we'll try to take their frog. Alright. I don't think this deck's very good, chat. No, this is a 5-0 list. The fact that you can't get anything out of your hand, I think makes it really, really bad. If you just draw like Archon, how do you ever get it out of your hand other than going to discard and casting a Smuggler's Surprise? I don't know. Just don't. You got Bitter Triumph. We never drew Bitter Triumph. Just that gonna have a worse record than Infect. That'd be kind of impressive to have a worse record than Infect. Oh, 100%. I think 5-0. Well, we've had a lot of double Archon of Cruelty in our opener. Haven't had an opportunity to Thoughtseize ourselves either. I don't know. It's been pretty poor. This might be a Thoughtseize myself angle. Although they played an island, so that could go poorly. Hmm. Yeah. Neoform, Neoform, Neoform. More Force to Despair. I think Dreams is good. Harvester's bad. Fatal Push is poor. Fail could be okay. I could try Damping Sphere. Damping Sphere seems significantly worse. Yeah, I should have Thoughtseize my opponent. Never Thoughtseize yourself. Lesson learned. Are we Thoughtseizing game 2? Probably myself again. Because we're on the play this time. This deck kind of feels like a Pioneer deck. Need some help off the top with this hand. Gets crushed by Pioneer Cutter. I could see that. Goodbye, Wet Ball. Land it is. I probably should have held this in my hand, actually, now that I think about it. So we're gonna force a Despair up. Hopefully they just don't kill me. Which they might. Please, opponent, don't kill me. I got a Hedge Maze, which is good. Good sign. Persisties. Don't mind me, just hedging my maze. Rider. Evolution. Galta. Gristlebrand. If I impact negation plus consign, then they get to keep all their stuff. Could have also won if we milled over an Archon at any point. You know, just shifting Woodland the Archon and attack them, and then the trigger should kill them. His hit's not bad at all. I'm definitely gonna toss seize them though, and not myself. When was the last time a single person got blown up by Force of Despair? Technically, our Titan opponent got blown up by Force of Despair. Technically. Not actually, but technically. They just top deck another Neoform. That's crazy. Thoughtseize bug coming in hot. Well, I think I'm dead. I could kill the Galta, but I could Neoform the Atraxa. There was no consign in their top 10, they would have lost this game. Which is why I think this was kind of a baffling line for them to go for. But it worked out pretty well. Persist. Persist, please. Hmm. That was fun. This would have also worked. This would have been really good. I'm surprised they didn't Neoform Atrox into Gristlebrand and then just like draw a bajillion cards. So I'm pretty sure they could have killed me if they just did that. Alright, well, this deck sucked. But also I kind of got nutted on by Neoform twice. Alright. It's time for Les Sewers. We found a deck that was worse than Infect, which is kind of crazy too. Alright. Teamer, Cutter, Sewers. This deck looks so much like Breach. Chat, YouTube, it's Deck Tech time. This time for a little bit of Teamer, Cutter, Sewers. That looks a lot like Breach. We got 4 copies of Bobble, Amber, and Opal as 0-drop artifacts. These two produce mana, and this one cantrips. Also, all of them just work super well with reducing the cost of Emery and flipping Tameo faster, and also just having sacrifice fodder for grinding station. We've got 3 copies of Cam to untap the Emery, since our combo relies on Emery plus grinding station plus Mox Opal or Amber and the Cam. We've got 4 copies of Tameo, pretty good legendary threat in this deck, can make more artifacts to sack to the grinding station or turn on our Mox Opal or Mox Amber faster. And flips to a pretty decent Planeswalker too, which lets us rebuy our Malevolent Rumble or Flames. Then we got a Spell Bomb, a Skateboard, and a Soul Guide Lantern for Urza Saga targets, 3 copies of Cutter for when we have to go on the fair plan and beat down our opponent, 4 Rumbles to help us find our pieces more consistently, the 3 grinding stations for combo, 3 Metallic Rebukes for protecting our combo, protecting our Emery, and 1 Signature Super for an MDFC, and a couple copies of Flame for dealing with problematic creatures or artifacts that our opponent may have, as well as cantripping. Mana base wise, we got a Boseiju, an Otawara, and a Shifting Woodland as utility land. Same with the 4 Urza Sagas. Everything else is pretty standard teamer. Sideboard, we got 3 copies of Consigned Memory for Eldrazi, a couple copies of Floodmaw for dealing with problematic permanents, Swan Song, Force Negation for cheap counter magic, a couple copies of Fire Magic, and an Unholy Heat for removal. An additional Urza Saga targets and a Haywire Might, a Needle, and a Vexing Bobble, and then 1 copy of Soul Cauldron for the graveyard decks. Or when we need something grindy. I like to keep the deck text as short as possible. Especially if it's a deck that we've played a lot. We've played this deck a decent amount by now. I think this is a mulligan. This hand's fine, but slow, and this is the same hand, but again. So let's go to 5. Let's go to 4. Alright, 4 cards it is. Arguably the perfect 4. These 4 cards can definitely win depending on the matchup. Mostly off the back Urza Saga. They don't have a great way of dealing with Urza Saga, then I think Rumble Saga can take over the game. Frog. Let's grab the cam and say go. We have land number 3 lined up already, so I'm not worried about taking the land off that. The cam can tap down the frog, maybe. Or I can just bounce the frog if they start pumping it a ton. But I don't think they want to invest a ton in this frog, so maybe they won't discard a whole bunch and make it fly. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. They have a bunch of Felias to discard. Now we can tap down the frog with the sewer cam and still make a construct. I imagine they're going to flash in Ophelia, though. Also tap down the Ophelia. No, my cam. Oh, they took my rumble. I thought they were going to take the cam for a sec. I don't think I want to play the Emery quite yet. They missed their land drop. I think tapping down frog is probably important. If they have Rat Disguise in the main deck, I could see it. Well, that answers that. Construct the flex, baby. I don't want to mill over all my blue sources. I think Emery's gonna get fatal pushed. Or Solitude, one of the two. Solitude. We can start with it tomorrow if you want, Zeriak. I think this mold of 5 is going to make quick work of me. What if I should have just bounced Emery back to my hand? So I got some embarrassing top decks. Also, main deck rat. This guy's is pretty devious. But if we can tap down this frog and draw 2 next turn, then I'm feeling like a little better. I don't know if we're going to have the land, the mana to do it. Frog and dog. I don't think we can win this game. Okay, let's take... Unholy Heat, Soul Cauldron, maybe? I don't even know what's good against Esper Blink. None of these, really. Vexing Bubble might be fine. Not sure if I'm in love with Metallic Rebuke here either. Consign, no, I think Consign's bad. Consign's only good against Felia. I don't think it's worth playing something that's only good against Felia. Yeesh. Hmm. I guess I play this, and I play Vexing Bauble, and then I can Tameo and not have to worry about getting Solitude. Look, mono hand. Hmm. This is what I got. Can you beat it? Tan kind of came together. As long as I don't get Wrath. I guess if I do get Wrath, it's not the end of the world. No, I flip this Tameo, and I have like a Tameo clock going as well. If they had Prismatic Ending, then they would have cast Prismatic Ending on the Tameo last turn. Whiff off the Overlord. Can't cast that. It's cool. I didn't forget about Flicker Whip, so maybe there's an argument for Consign Memory, but is Consign Memory better than Metallic Rebuke? Eh. I don't care too much about Solitude. Maybe we can drop a Cam and a Rebuke for 2 Consigns. I don't think I want more than 2, though. I think Consign has its niche use cases in this matchup, and that's about it. It's not amazing. But Cam's also not amazing. I think we're just going to be a cutter deck for the most part. Comboing against them is going to be really, really hard. We saw at least 2 Wisps from what they milled game 1. Yeah, this is Nathan's list. Finally giving in the spin. Vaccine Bobble did a lot of good work. They might be boarding out Flicker Wisp, but I feel like it's slow, though. I don't think it's slow in this matchup, because we kind of grind a little bit. Can't really be like an all-in combo deck. I'm still of the opinion that Kethis is probably the best shell for this Tameo sewer stuff. Which is crazy coming out of my mouth, because I'm a Kethis hater. But the Kethis build we played the other day, if the mana base was better, it felt really strong. That's true. If they have Witch Enchanter, then Wisp gets a lot better too. I don't know how many Witch Enchanters they're playing. Probably at least 2. I don't know. They're on Psychic Frogs, so maybe they're not playing very many Witch Enchanters, because Witch Enchanter, Psychic Frogs are non-bow. Maybe they have 1 Witch Enchanter. It surprises me that there's no, like, there's not very many Blink decks right now, because I feel like Blink is supposed to shit on energy, and if energy's the best deck in the format right now, I feel like Blink should be well positioned. Mana is the worst part about Kethis all the time. I don't think I can pass up a turn 1 Emery here. No, don't Thoughtseize me. Don't do it. Have a heart. Bye, Mox Opal. They could take Rumble also, but I think they take Mox Opal. Or they could take an Emery if they have an answer for another Emery. Takes the Rumbies. I guess they have answers to Emery. No, Mox Opal. Wrong Thoughtseize bug, buddy. You're supposed to Thoughtseize bug another Rumble in my hand. Fetch, push, surgical. One can only hope. They probably do have surgical in. Surgical's not bad in this matchup. Takes my Emery. Goodbye, Emery. If they're planning on solituding the other one. Shock. Wow. Is that worth it? I don't know if that's worth it. Was the clock? Yeah, I knew. Bin's Wrath Disguise. I think that makes sense. Wrath's not really doing anything here. No, my yeet. Think they take Unholy Heat? Yeah. Tamio, go. Emery can become Emery. Wow. I also flip his Tamio. I think my opponent's very, very, very far behind right now. Do I flip Tamio now? I think I can get away with flipping Tamio now. If I were a blue land, then I could also recast the cam on their turn. Cam's a crazy card. I don't know why they stapled a draw 2 onto it. It's kind of puzzling to me. Oh, wow, they played Witch Enchanter as the land. I guess there's nothing good for them to blow up anyways. Blow up my clue token. Yep. See what they do. Is my out to high noon? Ignoring it. Might just be ignoring it. Is it legal for them to make this attack? I'll get the block here. Then eat something with the cauldron. Push. I found a sink. Hmm. Okay. I feel like them ephemerating that solitude was a mistake. I think they would have been much better off if they didn't ephemerate that. I really don't think it was too much of a premature scoop. Because Tamio ult's just going to kill them. And Tamio ult's the next turn. Like the one turn cycle after. If they had like Prismatic Ending in their deck, I could see it. I don't know if they had Prismatic Ending or not. Moles to 5. Stamio card's pretty good. Any deck that's not playing like Prismatic Ending has a really hard time dealing with Tamio. A lot of these Rathus guys' decks will just be playing Fatal Push or Galv or something. Kind of hard for them to do a flip Tamio. They would crack the bobble on their turn. Counterspiel. Tabiodo. And Mox Hammer in a bobble. Yeah, that clue? Kinda, yeah. Rumbies. I think this is the dub. But then again, I'm bad at math. I already tapped my Emery, so I'm gonna need an extra mana. I can untap the Emery, grind away the Cam, but then like, yeah, I think I'm one short. Do they have a counter spell? Wait, could I have done it? Hold on, am I stupid? If I ground this and I cast this and I untap and I ground this, I could have won. I'm stupid. I thought it was one short here. Most of the time I am one short, but I forgot I could get an extra untap here by grinding this away. I could have won here. Thought it was mana shy. Rumbies. Alright, well now we start comboing, right? Pretty sure we just start comboing. Okay, so I turn off auto yields, I hold priority, I grinding station my opponent, I sacrifice the cam, I target the Emery, I activate the Emery on the cam, I untap the Emery, opponent mills some, I cast the cam, I target Emery, and then before this resolves, I'll say yes here, and then I grind my opponent, sacrificing the Mox Amber. I target the Mox Amber. And I untap. Blah, 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 blah. Save you from what, Torborg? Oh, airlines? Nah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You're on your own. You're on your own with this one, buddy. The content in question is just me clicking a lot, so I don't even know if that's considered good content. I said I messed up, TZ. I messed up. I thought I was a mana short. But I wasn't. What do I want against blue-black counterspell? No, I thought it was a mana short, but I forgot I could grind away the thingy to untap Emery and then make a mana off of that. How bad is Flood Maw? Probably not that bad. I can go down to 2 Mox Ambers, though. It's a one-lander, but I think it's an okay one-lander. Jordson, thank you for the raid. Singing to Stuper. Hope you had a good stream. Frog time? Alright, no Wan Shitong. I actually think quite the opposite. I think Emery Cam is not a healthy deck for the meta. So it's like sick in a twisted way. Pretty alright with drawing this. I don't think I've ever missed a flight in my life. Not yet, anyways. I wonder if you could brew this in Pioneer. Grinding Station's not in Pioneer, though, right? Never missing a flight's leaving time on the table. Man, that's so true. I flew yesterday and the pilot threatened us with turning the flight around. Did somebody ask the pilot to go to McDonald's on the way home? Is that why? Fog issues at the destination. Oh, that's a lot less boring. Or that's a lot more boring, rather, than just, pilot, can we go get McDonald's? Yeah, wait, why was it a threat, though? What were you guys to do about it? I'm a pilot and threatened to turn my flight around on some bozos yesterday. Hold on. 2 and 2's coming together right now. Saga, my savior. Say geez, Tamio. What if I tap their Tamio and then untap their Tamio and then tap their Tamio again? How big of a flex would that be? Start twiddling their Tamio. Okie dokie. We're on there as a Saga plan. Do we think they have dress down? Dress down might be an issue. You got a frog. Cam card's kind of messed up. It's a, oh, it's a Shelley's Edict. So if I counter this, I go get a skateboard. I think they just die. Unless they have force negation. Force pitching consign in memory. I still get a skateboard. Attackers hate this one deck. Alright, consign in memory. My grinding station. Explain skateboard. Turtle Team Up is a supplemental Magic the Gathering box set that was released simultaneously with the main set Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on March. Wow. I learned a lot. Riddler's pretty bad for me here. So they're going to discard a card, and they're going to draw 2 more. Another Tameo is not an issue. Let's play Saga. Let's play a Rumbies. Cutter, Mox Opal. I think we take the Mox Opal. And play a Grinding Station. Which I think they have to consign. Counterspell. Mox Opal. Sewer Cam. Tap that Tameo. Construct on a skateboard, baby. Urza rides a skateboard. Confirmed. It's canonical. It's lore accurate. Skaterbot. Cam plus skateboard is just so hard to play around. Yeah, I think Grinding Station's real again. Which means, I don't know how much Grinding Station is right now, but back when Breach was expensive, or Breach was like the best deck, Grinding Station was so expensive. I think Grinding Station got up to like $20. future sight's 20 bucks right now. Foil is 108 bucks. Holy schmoly. Damn, grinding station's still kind of expensive. Revealed Devour. Mindstone Karn. Vaccine Bobble, how dare you? You cornered the market on grinding stations. Wise choice. It makes sense that the mystery booster one is more expensive. Everybody loves a good whiteboard card. What am I supposed to do here? Making 4 spawns is kind of rough. So I can't really construct beat down. They have 4 spawns. Milled a Karn off the top of their deck. Hell yeah. I know they have a Devour in their hand, so flipping Tamio is not that great. A bunch of the mystery booster 2 reprints are way cheaper than their normal cards, especially Tarnished Citadel and the Tower of Magistrate. I've been picking those up whenever I see them, along with Miskaboo. You know, they're modern playable cards on the board that wasn't reprint set. I didn't even know, like, how mystery boosters work for such a long time. I don't even think Ugin's that bad for me here. Could have been way worse. I still don't know if I know how they work. I think you called my bluff. Could also just sink this Ugin back into their hand. Could make a block, then sink the Ugin. think I'm supposed to hold this beside you. It's pretty good. I think I'm gonna die. Not sure I can beat Karn plus Ugin. Mostly Karn. I don't care about the Ugin as much. Karn is just gonna be unbeatable though. Consign to memory. Haywire Bite. Needle. Soul Guide Lantern now. Force Negation's probably fine, so Karn's just like the only thing that matters in this matchup. Flame is probably okay. I think Metallic Rebuke can go. Metallic Rebuke's gonna be dead after a certain point. Probably one grinding station, one cam, and this spell bomb can go too. Take a flood maw over an amber. I think if flame were printed like a little bit later, it definitely would have said deal 5 damage to target creature or artifact, or target creature or planeswalker. Target creature or artifact. Take that, 5 damage to your artifact. Taste it. I think they were afraid of it being too pushed, which makes sense. Turn 1 Tamiyo, turn 2 Cutter plus Amber. Could also play Skateboard, but I don't think I'm going to play the Skateboard. Ooh. Vaccine Bobble incoming. Luckily, they did not have it. Unless you control a forest. Lord of the Rings has no planeswalkers. How can Flame of Venor know to hit planeswalkers? That's actually very valid. Fair enough. Can't argue with that. He's right, you know. It's cutting time. Well, if they have Tron plus Ugin, I might be in danger. Like Tron, Ugin's another spell, I might be in danger. Rakes the Flesh. Rakes the Flesh again. Mind Stone. Did they find a spell? That's so lame. Why did I just die on turn 3 from like 16 life? Let me use the restroom real quick. That was fucking gross. That was so lame. I even had the skateboard account of the Trinisphere too. Yo, Supergrass, thank you for the prime 20 months. It's so gross. Just kills me in 1 turn, less than 1 turn. From so much life and no board. Oh, Fleshraker. This is why top can never come back also. Imagine if top was back and then people just doing that all the time. I really hate Fleshraker and Kozilek's Command. These cards feel like plagues on the modern format. Especially this one. I think if I could get rid of any card in modern, it would be Kozilek's Command. It's either Kozilek's Command or Urza Saga, one of the two. They're probably my 2 most hated cards to play against. I think Cake Man should go. It's either Cake Man or Urza Saga, one of the two. Or both. What if we just got rid of them both? Any objections? Do you think Bruce Scale's dead? No, I don't think so. Bruce Scale just isn't seeing a lot of play right now. I don't think it's dead. See, Eldrazi mirrors aren't actually that bad, because most of the things that matter in the Eldrazi mirror is just planeswalkers like Karn. None of the Devourer stuff does anything. Ugin doesn't really do anything, so I don't actually mind Eldrazi mirrors that much. Just Eldrazi against like anything else is so annoying. Also, Fleshraker's unkillable in the mirror. You have to like K command X3 to kill Fleshraker. Or Dismember. So Fleshraker's even crazier in the mirror. I've been getting gate kept by Tron all day. Low-key. Freaking Kozilek's Command, man. Make a thingy, make a thingy. I'm gonna get a Mox Opal. So we can play another Saga. Play a Skateboard. Do a sick flip on this Kavu. Smack him. I have a proposition, chat. And my proposition is that anytime Skateboard taps something or gets equipped, we get the sound bite from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater where it goes bring. You know, like when you do a combo and it starts going bring. That's my proposition. It needs to be on Arena. Stat. Like Doom said, you have to say cowabunga. Uh, Modern on Arena would be sweet. However, Arena's economy is such dog that I don't think I'd be happy with Modern on Arena still. Because it would cost me an arm and a leg to get all of Modern on Arena. But it would definitely help the viewership of Modern because as sad it is, it's a sad reality, but the reality is that Arena's a more viewer-friendly, digestible client than Magic Online by far. But like me buying 500,000 gems from the store, it's a tax write-off, right? Also, the games are just objectively faster on Arena also, which is a nice upside. Games on Magic Online are quite slow. I think I want consigns. Maybe like 2 consigns. Actually, I don't know if I want Swan Song. It does counter enchantments though, which counters ley line binding. Isn't Arena standard like 90% landfall right now? Unless I need that in for Flage. Arena's 100% more user-friendly. It's more user-friendly. It's easier to watch and digest as a viewer. But it's so dog shit, man. It makes me sad. The economy's terrible. The voice lines are terrible. The way they present your hand being like half a card, I don't like. And it also leaks a ton of information unless you're in full control mode all the time. Like, it just auto passes for you when you have nothing to do, and that leaks so much information. I'm going to keep this hand and see how it goes. If you're a competitive player, it's definitely much more valuable to be playing on Magic Online in terms of understanding how the game works and this and that, but like the efficiency of how fast games get done on Arena, plus how easy it is to digest as a viewer with the built-in overlays and whatnot that just show you the card if you hover over them. Also, playing combo on Arena sucks. I remember when I was playing combo in Timeless and I was just like timing out even though I was making game actions. I don't really understand why you can time out while making game actions on Arena. I feel like if you're taking game actions, you shouldn't time out. I can hold you hostage by tapping and untapping Basalt Monolith, that's fine. Is Basalt Monolith even on Arena? They gotta figure out a way of like making combo actually viable on Arena. Because combo feels so bad right now. Rude and rude. Competitive play should be paper only. Competitive play should be online only. Wait, who has the crazy takes? Is it me or chat? I feel like it's chat with the crazy takes. Crazy? I was crazy once. I feel like my takes are lukewarm at best. I think I'm supposed to hold this cutter. Maybe crack a single clue. Clutch. Cheating on camera takes like insane amount of gall. I'll say that much. Sign him everything. Okay. I think competitive play can be both on Magic Online and on Arena and in paper. But you're gonna have problems with each one because if you stick competitive play to only paper, people will cheat. If you stick it directly on only on Magic Online, you kind of can't play combo decks as efficiently like Titan. Also, you can have multiple people play for like in a group on Magic Online, which I mean, it's like that's not that big of a buff. It is and it isn't. I don't know. I think they all have like their ups and downs. Also, like traveling to paper events is expensive. That's kind of beside the point. I think I take another Mox Opal. The legit complaint about Magic Online is that it's just you can't combo with like Titan. That's it. That's like the most logistical complaint about Magic Online. I think I'm supposed to block here. Consign this Flage. Moto is hit. You're not wrong. Moto is not a good looking program. I believe I Soul Guide Lantern in. Eat that Flage. I think I'd crack it for a card. If I crack it for a card, I could recast it, or I could just cast this Haywire Might instead. Have an additional blocker. Combo's been around forever, though. I mean, I feel like you should be able to play a combo deck efficiently. There's no, like... Yeah, there's nothing against people that play combo. I feel like you can't really be prejudiced about what type of deck somebody plays when taking into account how feasible it is to play it on a client. You could hate combo, but I mean, you have to accept that, like, combo is part of the game, right? Looking for a professional opinion on what do you think I should invest in, Mono White Beatdown, or is it Blink? For standard? Um, I haven't really played the Beatdown deck very much. I've played like 2 matches with the Blink, with the Mono White Beatdown. It felt pretty good. I don't know. I haven't really played the Blink deck either. It's hard to say. That's a tough one. Not sure I have a good answer for you. It's my route to victory here. I guess it's get a tap land. Spin that. I think we take this Mox Opal. Cast this Mox Opal. Untap Emery. No need to argue, chat. And I can cast either Haywire Maya. I'm gonna make a Cutter token as well. Interesting. I guess I do this, and then I hold up Sewer Cam. It's pretty bad for me. This will only do 3 damage, though. So it's not gonna kill me. That's right, it gives Trample. deep into leyline binding. I guess I gotta block, and then unsummon. Can't really think of a better line here. I think I really need this Emery though. Maybe we can bounce or I can return Flood Maw. Does that help me? Not really. I could bounce Rumble and try to hit Tamio. Tamio? Alright, Tamio. Which means I can play Tamio. I get a cutter trigger. And I can blow up this and this. Alright, we're surviving. Barely, but we're surviving. No! All this work to die? Damn you, Wrath of the Skies. Alright. Oh, my camera died? When did my camera die? Chat, how long have I been gone? I didn't even see my camera die. Oh well, here's Sephiroth. I don't look at your face. That's valid. I think I just play Grinding Station because I could kill them out of nowhere this next turn with Emery Skateboard. If I'm a Luckster. I guess we'll see if I'm a Luckster. Yeah, I think I'm a Luxter. I guess not 100% yet, right? I play skateboard, I can grind this clue away. Does I start by grinding the clue away? Oh, there's a Mox Hammer. Alright, we're chilling. Bum, 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 bum. You ever play Jack and Dexter? I did not. Okay, Mox Amber. Cast Mox Amber. Blue. Grind it away. Play the cam. Untap. Select Mox Amber. Grind it away. Untap. Select cam. Untap. Mox Amber. Grind it away. Cam. Untap. Select Mox Amber. Grind it away. Select cam. Cast Amber. Cast cam. Amber. Grind. Untap. Cam. Amber. Alright. We did it. Turn 3 kill. Prediction time, chat. Is it a 4-dasher? The last league of the night? Oh no, the prediction bars are perfectly covering the eyes of Sephiroth and the anime girl. It's beautiful. It brings a tear to my eye. Amber, Cam, Sack Amber, target you, Cam, untap, Emery, target Cam, cast Cam, untap, tread Cam, mill you, untap, target, Amber, cast Amber. I think combo decks can be really cool in Magic though. Can be very cool. I definitely think they're not my preferred playstyle. But certain combo decks appeal to me. But everybody's got their own like niche archetype that they love. Whether it be mid-range or combo or Titan or whatever. That's what's beautiful about Magic. You can kind of just play whatever you want and still have success. Emery Skateboard. Tap Tag Razor. Do I want Cyclist Bobble? I think so. If I draw a Mana Source, they're dead. Unless they have Besage you. Well, okay. Now we do this again. Second verse, same as the first. I do think it's kind of wild that this deck can just win on turn 2. I was like, yeah, that's fine. I'm getting faster this deck too. Not broken whatsoever. Okay. That's pretty dumb. I think if you're able, part of the appeal of playing a combo deck is being able to master the combo deck. I think that's another cool point that you can't really dismiss or diminish at all. Is like mastering a combo deck actually takes a lot of work. I think I want forces and I guess needle for Besager's fine. I'd say the least intensive of all the combo decks in the current modern format's probably Neoform. But even Neoform has some really tricky lines. So I don't know. I can't disrespect combo because I think there's too much that goes into combo to disrespect it. I think Cutter's bad in this matchup too. His side's probably fine. Echoing Deep's Pass. I think that means I'm supposed to go Reading Pool, Needle Beseju Pass. Is combo harder than Boris Energy? Most of the time, yes. Most of the time. There gotta be certain situations where that's not the case. Food. Or it's gonna have some tough decisions. I should have played around that. I could have played around it too. Tron might be the easiest deck in Modern. You don't have a ton of decisions to ever make with Tron. Most decisions you really have to make are like what modes your Kozilek's commander you're going to use. And like what you want to find off a Devourer, I guess. And what you want to get out of your Karn board. Living End can be hard. I don't think Living End's the most straightforward deck. That's a lot of artifacts. None of which do anything. I think my progress in learning the deck has been good. I haven't really messed up the combo recently, which is nice. Yeah, I would agree with that too. Like playing Magic well all the time is just a difficult skill. Combos Grinding Station plus Emery plus Sewer plus a 0. That makes mana, whether it be Mox Ember, Mox Opal. That's why I mess up so much. Let's blame it on chat. Chat's the reason why I mess up so much. Definitely not just me fucking up. It's chat's fault. Yeah, game's a lot easier when you blame chat for your mistakes. I played all sorts of decks. Honestly, like I used to consider myself very much like I only play mid-range decks archetype person. But the more Magic I played, the more decks I played, it's on a deck by deck basis for me. Because sometimes I just really, really like playing a particular control deck or a particular aggro deck or a particular combo deck. Even though I don't consider myself like the strongest of that archetype. It just depends, right? Like it's very up in the air, I think, for personal preferences on what you want to play. Like I really liked KCI, for example. So I used to be a KCI player. I really liked uh Pod, so I was a mid-range player. I really liked I don't think I aggro is probably the archetype I played the least. I think I played mid-range the most, and then combo, and then control, and then aggro. I mean, Pod's like mid-range combo. It's creature combo. I used to play a lot of prowess, which I would consider aggro. I never really liked Ramp. Ramp never appealed to me. It's like one of the archetypes I would say I played the least also. But I mean, I think it's totally fine to have like your niche archetype and you're like, I hate every other archetype. And that's okay. But I mean, keep an open mind, right? Like, just because you hate a particular archetype doesn't mean that you're gonna dislike. Ooh. Doesn't mean that you're gonna dislike every single deck of that archetype. Damn, I don't have the untapper. I could probably find it though. I mean, all of these archetypes keep other archetypes in check also, right? Like, control keeps combo in check. Mid range keeps aggro in check. It's a whole big RPS. Aggro keeps combo in check. Mid range keeps aggro in check. I did not find the untapper yet. Untapper. That is right, I did it. I am the greatest fucking player alive. Let's fucking go. Combo shit's on mid range typically. Always yes. Save targets. Always yield. Always yield. Oh. Okay. Is that a problem? I think that's a little bit of a problem, isn't it? Hmm. Uh-oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. I gotta turn off auto use before you play that cam. Good call. Good call. I was gonna untap my Emery and be like, what the f. Aren't they an Ices player? Yeah, they're an Ice Climbers player. They're truly a combo player. Ices Titans kind of based. At least can't wobble anymore. Wobbling got banned, I'm pretty sure. Alright. 4-1. Congrats, believers. The double cam at the end was pretty nice. Alright, chat. I'm outie. I'm outie 5,000. Appreciate y'all hanging out today. Productive stream, I think. Little 4-1 with Jeskai Blink, 4-1 with the Sewers, 3-2 with Infect, and 0-3 with Green Black. Chat. What are we doing tomorrow? Let's figure it out before I leave. This is a 1 p.m. standard challenge. I think we're just gonna... Oh, wait, that's today. Hold on. Let me refresh the page. There's a 1 p.m. modern challenge. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe I'll play the 1 p.m. modern challenge tomorrow. Alright, chat. I'll keep you updated. If I don't go live with the 1 p.m. modern challenge, then I'll probably just play the... just do a normal stream. But I do want to play this 1 p.m. modern challenge. I don't know what I want to play in the 1 p.m. modern challenge, but I do want to play the 1 p.m. modern challenge. Okay, I'm gonna think about it. But chat, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I hope you have a beautiful morning, evening, afternoon, or night, no matter where you are in the world. And I'm gonna look for somebody to raid and send you off with some Medieval Monday. BFG's playing League of Legends. Well, I can't raid him since he's playing League of Legends. And that's like probably criminal in about 48 states. So I'll send you over to Caleb D instead. I'll send you off with some Medieval Monday. Have a good night, chat. Bye-bye.